All right. Um, I am about ready to go. So let me sort of give a breakdown of what I've got here, what we're doing, all that stuff, all that fun stuff. Okie dokie. Right here. All right, so I'm gonna look a little different because this is not Java. This is C Sharp. And what this this is DDD, for those familiar with that, in Stardew Valley. At least that's sort of what we're trying to go for here. Now, the important thing to note is that this is still very early days, and I think, built the mod a grand total of 1 time, but there wasn't really much code, and currently none of the code I have written actually like interacts with the game. A lot of this is just different types, APIs, infrastructures, other things that I need in order to actually like do the whole DDD thing. So we probably won't be seeing any action in terms of actual like, seeing the mod at work. A lot of this is going to be, under the hood stuff, building up all that other stuff, trying to see how I can interact with the game code in the correct manner. That being said, the window that I've got down here, which is this window, I can't think of a really good way to do this. I need like multiple windows open, but at the same time, I guess I could maybe put this here. This might look a little weird. Eh, I guess it looks fine. Okay, so this is the actual Stardew Valley code that is decompiled. It's small. You might not really be able to read it. That's okay. This is the Stardew Valley code that I am looking at because I don't have it in here because I don't have I have it as like a dependency wherever it is. Right? Like I have it as a dependency. Um I don't know why it's complaining. What are you complaining about? Nullability of reference types and parameters, sender, avoid. Object sender doesn't match delegate, possibly because of nullability attributes. I don't fucking know, dude. I also probably aren't not really gonna be doing. I'm probably not gonna. I'm not gonna be keeping this line, so it doesn't matter. This is just like test code, right? Um, these using directives are unnecessary. Can I like? Nope, that doesn't. None of my fucking hotkeys work here. I don't remember why. Well, not that I don't remember why, but it's not important. I'll probably need those using directives later. So anyway, so it's like I have the Stardew modding API and Stardew Valley as like actual dependencies in here, but I can't actually look at the code. It's not the same as when I was modding Minecraft, where like either IntelliJ has its own built-in decompiler, or you can like get a decompiler add-on, which I did for Eclipse for a bit there. You kind of have to use your own thing, so this is why we now have this down here. I don't know if I like this layout. We're gonna experiment with it, but yeah, that's sort of the gist of it. And as you can see, all I'm really doing at this point is reading the config and initializing the registries. And that's it. In fact, I might actually want this like this. Right, because this is going to initialize the damage types. There apparently I don't have any other registries here. Again, there's a lot of things that need to be done here. Right, damage types registry. It does have an init where it registers all this stuff. Good, right? Like I have all the damage types and stuff, right? There's some more stuff apparently that are needed. Where are my other registries? I have a damage type registry, and that's it? That's all I have? Wait, do I need any other registries? I'm gonna check that. 'Cause I don't believe that. I feel like I should probably at least have another registry. I know DDD, like, actually has a lot of registries, but this is a more simpler, stripped down version, so it's not gonna have as much, because it really doesn't need to have as much. So actual DDD has a creature type registry, which this version currently isn't going to have at the very least. Has a damage type registry, a distribution registry for custom distributions, which maybe it needs. Maybe it needs. Has a trackers registry for tracking entities, but I don't really need to do any of that. I don't need to do any tracking, as far as I understand. Potion registry, which, yeah, I don't think that's necessary either. Modifiers registry, which we don't have any modifiers, because we don't need it. So we might need a distributions registry for, like, I can only think of like one thing. Well, actually, I guess I can think of a couple things. Right, you'd need one for um what's the word I'm looking for? You'd need one for like the explosions, maybe. Maybe. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have a and then this extends IDDD registry of, I don't have a predefined distribution interface, which I probably would want. I will probably add this. I don't know, like, I don't know how much I'm gonna be using this, but we're going to give it a shot, right? I think this, not that, but think it was under the API where I added this, yeah. Is where I have this and the distribution. And the resistances and the damage distribution. Wait, was that not there? Oh wait, yeah, we have that, and then we have regular distribution, and all this other stuff, and then I damage distribution. This is also in the API, so I'll also put this here as well. This should be comparable. Yeah, this needs to be comparable. Comparable? Whoa. Comparable. I guess it's comparable by that, right? Or is this supposed to be I comparable? Is that what you have it at? Oh, I comparable. Whoops. Okay. You're gonna have to bear with me. I'm not familiar with the exact fucking names of everything. I don't know if I want a bool for enabled. Maybe. No, not optional attribute. What are you doing? Yeah. It's in lib. Nope. It's not in lib. It is in lib. Oh, it's maybe. Not optional. I have it as maybe. Right. I knew that. I knew that. So I can think of two predefined distributions that would be needed in this game: explosions and falling. But I'm actually a little curious. Unfortunately, I don't think I can. I don't think I can work backwards and get like a call hierarchy of certain things, because I think a lot of this is decompiled on the fly when I like open these files down here in Stardew Land. So I'm not too sure about that. A lot of this is me navigating a lot of this for the first time. So, well, I've navigated this before, as evident from the fact that I have code up here in DDD land. It's just what I'm going to be calling it all now. But I'm not like super familiar with the full code base here in terms of like what everything does and where everything is. I think it's a more important thing. Obviously, this is a relatively important class, the farmer. It is eye comparable. I'm not sure under what context it's comparable, but I guess these are. Okay, yeah, it's an int hash set, so it has all these to determine what professions you have. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Now, what I am curious is when you take damage, how do you take damage? I had an idea, and I'm pretty sure I need to use. Well, I know I need to use Harmony. I do have Harmony here too. It's in my something or other. My this or was a Java version specified. This isn't even Java. Is it in the manifest? No, that's a different thing. This I have no idea what I'm looking at. We're not gonna worry about that. I was sure that I had. I was sure that I had. Oh yeah, yeah. Enable Harmony. I do have it. Yeah. Okay. Like I have it there, but I don't remember how it works. I know it's basically like Mixin, which is good because now I'm already familiar with how that works. Vaguely. It's a lot of like other fields. There's a lot of different fields here. Like that's good for you. Can I find I don't know, like what you do when you get punched in the face? This is a whole bunch of other stuff. What did you? Okay, yeah. See, here's take damage. This is what I'm looking for. There's a whole bunch of nonsense, basically. And then it runs through all of these defense stuff. Now, which ring is 839? I think it's the Thorns ring. And then it adjusts it. And then it actually sets the health. And then for each trinket item, it does on damage received, which I think applies like certain buffs and stuff for certain things. Get effects of ring multiplier. I don't know what that one is. It doesn't look like it changes anything, except it does. Oh, this is for the ring if it's gonna if it's gonna kill you. No, go back. Oh wait, thankfully we didn't go too far. So yeah, if this is going to if you drop to 0, this can save you, and then this is on hit stuff. So it's like right here, right? Where it wants to do that. I basically want to alter this part right here, which you can't see because it's really small, but there's a math.max call for 0 and health minus damage. The damage having been computed through a whole bunch of shit, right? And then I want to take that damage, distribute it across the different categories, and then, like, you know, basically this is the part in the code where I want to inject the calculations. Of course, making sure it can't go below 0. So I don't want to replace the math.max call. I want to just do that. So that's an interesting thing, right? I want to alter the argument to this math.max call of which there are a lot in this function call. So that's going to be interesting. I don't know how I'm going to set up Harmony for that, but what I do know is that this is basically just how it is. It takes the health, it subtracts the damage, and then whatever, right? I want to have all these. Well, actually, do I want to have? No, because I don't want to have the defense. The defense here needs to be right because it alters the damage here. This is where I want the calculations actually done, where the damage is being set to math.max 1 and damage minus defense. Right, and then there's a Desert Festival adjustment for certain things, which actually occurs after regular damage calculations, and so I think I'm going to leave that and not alter it. Because I need to alter what this defense is. Right, but this is just going to do damage minus defense, and I want to change that. So I guess right before this call, I want to do the calculations where I already have the damage. Right, basically right after this rumble call, I have the damage, I have the defense. I want to use that to access, because I can access the monster that is attacking, right? Yeah, there's the damager, the monster damager, and then I can use that to figure out, I can do a whole bunch of calculations there and stuff. But again, we're not even there, but at least that's where I want to be injecting the DDD calculations, inject it there into the farmer. But the problem is I have to inject it into a whole bunch of different places because there's no like unifying spot for the damage here, which is going to be really annoying. I'm not looking forward to that at all. That's going to be the annoying part. For sure. But I do know that my game plan of how I want to do this is working. But notably, this is not when they take, this is when they take damage from monster, right? This is not when they take damage from like falling. And what I want to know is I want to know how the explosion damage and like falling in Skull Cavern, how that's handled, because that's going to determine whether or not I actually even need a predefined distribution or whether I should do that separately or in some other manner. Because the way damage works in this game is it's not like one unifying damage calculation whenever you take damage. If you take damage from monster, that's like one thing. If you take damage from like an explosion, that seems to be handled like completely differently, I think. Like there is an event class here, but I don't think there's an event for an explosion, ironically enough. Like this is for the different stuff. So object, tool, boots, clothing, hat, ring, special item. What about this? Fence, torch, blah 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 blah. No, this is a completely separate thing. I don't mind me just trying to figure out where we're at. It's not going to be a tool because it says all this stuff. It's still important, but I don't need it right now. Can I try and find something? What if I just like look for bomb? Oh, would you look at that? Damage players event is bomb. Request to damage players who overlap the bounding box within the current location. Location pixel error, players will take damage. Yeah. Whether the damage source was a bomb. So now the question is, alright, this is the struct for that. Now the question is whether or not, like where is this used, right? Like, so it has a damage players event, which I guess it then like fills and like sends over and stuff. I guess. Is there and there's also this too, which might be a place where I want to inject, which is where the game location does monster damage, which is interesting. And then it fires that. Here. Here's an explosion. Where it does an explosion. And does damage players, where it does that. And this is just going to fire that event. To damage the farmers. See, so it's like it's a thing, but it's not as simple as there being like a bunch of different damage sources, and those damage sources can correspond to like checking for certain contexts or whatever. Right? I need to know if the context matches, but I need to know like what counts as the context. Right? I think what I want then is damage context, which is going to have the person who like does the damage, the person who's taking the damage, right? It's going to be that whole thing. Shouldn't this be like this? And this is going to complain because it's unused and it must contain a non-null value. Yeah, which we're gonna do. And I basically want maybes for all of these, which sounds weird. I mean, I guess I don't. This is probably not great. I can probably just do farmer, right? I can just do this and then have this be like this. Because it could be null. And the reason it would be null is if the farmer's dealing damage to someone, then that's something, but if the farmer's taking damage, then that's something else, right? But you wouldn't have it in those contexts. Which means I don't really want this. I want to kind of abstract that away for like an attacker and a defender. Do I want a struct here? I'm not too sure. This can be a struct, actually, probably. We'll have like a participant. I want to put an underscore in front of these. These are private. Not brother. Oh, do I need to do maybe farmer not nullable? Wow, I do, okay. This can be public. Can I compare that, right? Because this is potentially, these are potentially null. Oh yeah, that doesn't make sense. Is this, no, that doesn't, this says it could be null, basically. Because you might not have an attacker, but you will always have a defender. Is bomb is fall. Is also read only. Wait, but I did the same thing here, right? Do I not have the ability to do the thing here? See, that doesn't make sense. But you can make the conversion here? This doesn't matter because I'm only getting it this way anyway, so. Maybe that. Right? Because see, it does. Because I can't do that, so. If this is like this, I would need to assert that it's not null or something? I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't understand. Nullable value type might be null. That's like literally the problem though. That's literally the whole idea of this. Isn't it allowed to accept a nullable value? Isn't that literally the whole point? Or is the struct not able to be null because it's a struct? I don't know, dude. Maybe that's the reason. That doesn't. Can you even assign a null to this anyway? Non-nullable value type. Wow. Wait, but then what if I did this? Well, then I could assign it, but then it doesn't like that. What's going on? I need to look this up. I need to convert like a nullable struct to a non-nullable struct. Oh, I guess I can do the nullable coalescing thing. I think I want this, which doesn't actually make sense. Right, but like this. But this says that the nullable value type might be null, which we don't want to do. But it's supposed to accept, I don't understand. Why would it need to cast? This nullable allows a potentially null value here. Again, I think it's because this is a struct. If I make this a class, I think it would be, yeah, it would be fine. So probably just have this be a class then. That like just saves my whole problem. Because these are classes and that's why this is working. So just make this a class and then make this a struct because it's non-null. And then boom, problem solved. I need a constructor. I guess I could have it as like a character, which is the root, but I would be doing a lot of type checking as well because for the farmer I have to check things slightly differently, so it's better to just have it like this, where I can just say, you know, is farmer and then get as farmer and otherwise do that. It's probably a little bit easier. I guess I can do that because it's lowercase. Does this force it to be? No, that's... I'm not sure what that is. I know there's an exclam thing, but that's fine. Right, and so then by default, this would be null if I took this constructor because I didn't assign anything to it, so it's null, so then this is false, and then I would, you know, do that, right? The whole point of this is that by having a damage context, I can go over to here, and I can get the damage distribution based off the damage context. the damage distribution only if the context that caused the damage matches what this predefined distribution is looking for. The resulting damage distribution wrapped in a maybe or an empty maybe if the context did not match. Boom. And then in the implementation, I can make a new predefined distributions. Let's do the fall first, because the fall is easier. Can I set a default value here? Oh, I can. Okay, so the default value is here, and it has a get and set and all that other stuff. Good shit. I don't know where I just was. I was here. Implement the whole interface. Oh yeah. So now I can actually, I don't think I use this keyword. Whoops, what are you doing? Oh, maybe I do. Oh yeah, see, this is not correct. I'm still learning everything. It has it compared to, oh wait, it has it compared to potentially nullable one. Is there an integer class? Integer. There isn't. Oh, maybe I just, wait, I don't need that, right? Because it's already, I mean, public anyway. Pair to other dot priority. But it could be null, so I want to do other. Right, what I should probably do is if other is null. Oh my gosh, it's like dry in here. Lesson 0, this instance precedes the other in the sort order. This instance follows the other in the sort order. Yeah. Okay. I'm with you. I'm with you. I understand. Otherwise, I return the negative of this. So now I shouldn't need to provide an implementation for this, right? Oh, I see what I did wrong. Nope, I don't see what I did wrong. Oh, it should just be damage, right? Damage. No. Just damage. What are you doing? Hold on, I'm figuring this out. This is in config. The damage category is in config, but I don't want to access that. I want to access this, which should be accessed through this. I don't want to get config then. Hold on. Nope, that doesn't make any sense either. It is static. Oh, wait. I need to access it through this. There we go. But that's not what we're doing. Oh, wait. I'm missing a thing here. That makes a lot more sense. But I shouldn't need this because I already have an implementation. I'll need to look at that because clearly that's not right. I didn't want that. I want this. Maybe. Maybe. There we go. Oh. And that's how it would work in general if I knew what I was doing. Of which I don't. See, look, this is a default. This is a default implementation, right? I want a default implementation on the interface level. Unless this isn't implemented correctly. Hold on. This is why I would think override would be needed here. Oh, do I have to do this? Can I do this? No, because that's only for... Oh, wait. Wait. I think I have to specify that I am overriding it. Is this... Do I know what I'm doing? Okay, sealed is not valid for that. I understand. But now I have specified that I'm providing an implementation for it. Good. Which means now, when I save this and I go back to this, it no longer complains because I provide an implementation. It's using the default implementation that I provided at the interface level. Why was that way more complicated than it needed to be? That was unnecessarily complex. All right, so now this is the registry of predefined distributions, right? Whoops, I already put those braces there. Okay. Where it's just going to have a sealed method. I guess function is the right word in C#, method is the right word in Java, whatever, it's the same thing. There's going to be a maybe, actually. All right, and then what it's going to do is it's going to, since it extends the IDDD registry, and the IDDD registry is in and of itself enumerable, I can iterate over itself. Hopefully. For each I predefine distribution dist in this. Boom, look at that, dude. Don't have a space there. Because I hate that on principle. But I need to remember that it needs to be sorted. How do I sort it? Because I need to make sure I'm doing it sorted. I guess in this implementation here, it will because I will need to provide an implementation of the enumerator, which I guess I could provide another implementation of this. I'm not too sure. Do you have any sort method? You don't. Wow, you suck. Right, so now I need to know how you want me to sort this. Okay, so I don't need that. Collections? No, not that. So that doesn't actually do what I'm looking for. Oh wait, this is maybe I want iCollection. That's probably what I want. Wow, do you really not have that? I mean, I guess the collection is more of a root interface. Add clear contains copy to remove, right? And so then oh, fuck you mean there's no implementations for this? Find all implementations. All right, never mind. We will not find all implementations. That's not what I want. Can't I make it like a list? And then it will sort it, because then I can sort it. It's a list. I list. Index of, insert, remove. Really, are you not sortable either? Hold on, I gotta find the type that'll do what I want here. Or I just need to assume that. I feel like I'm looking at the most basic shit ever. List.sort, array.sort. Yeah, it's in place. Okay, sure. That's what I fucking want. Right, can I make this as a list? passing this as an argument, which I guess is an enumerable, dot sort. It's in place, so I actually can't do that because this is now void. Oh, brother, look at this guy. Let me look at the actual implementation. How am I doing it here in DDD? Because that might provide a little bit of insight on how I want to do it here. Let me look at that. Let me look at that. It really just takes it all and then it puts it there and then it sorts it and then it does it. I mean, okay, yeah, all right, fine, fair enough, fair enough. My enumerator distribution. Enumerator is going to be a new list. I predefine. It's gonna be the thing that's right there. This, because I can do that. I should be able to. Cannot convert. Not convert type. Blah 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 blah. What the fuck? Oh wait, yeah, because I haven't done. Right, but see, I can't like sort and get an enumerator for the whole thing. Do this, then do lst.sort. What the fuck are you talking? Are you saying I need this? What the hell is the difference? Oh, because this actually has a sort method. That's weird. Why would you have a sort method? How do you sort? A better idea. Better question. Find for each, get range, blah blah blah, da 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 da. You have a sort here somewhere. You have a sort. Uses default comparer and array.sort. Sorts the elements in a section of the list. Okay, I don't care about that. Oh wait, sorts the elements in a section of the list. The sort compares elements to each other using the given iComparer interface. If comparer is null, the elements are compared to each other using the iComparable interface, which in that case must be implemented by all elements of the list. So if I use this, it's going to use the default compare for that, and then it's going to do that. This feels so jank. Like, you can't guarantee that the elements of your list are even sortable. What are you doing? Because if it's null, it's using the iComparable interface, which if it's not implemented, okay, it goes in deep. All right, I'm not going that deep. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Oh wait, yeah, I don't need the new there, right? I can just do this. Wait, what do you mean? Oh wait, can I just do this? That's right, I can do that. I forgot. This is actually cool. I actually like that. And then sort it, and then I guess I might as well do the whole thing in the list right now that it's sorted. And then what we're gonna do is, oh, the predefined distribution should probably have a name. Okay, so now implement get name. Implement it up here. All right, because I don't need to go that far. This needs to be like that. Whoops. I was pretty Java pilled right there. Don't worry about it. All right, so that's there, there, there. Now we're back to not this. I don't really need to touch anything there. Here. No, not there either. Right here. There we are. I kind of have to do it like this. I don't really like doing it like this, but whatever. No, not if present. I do is. Do I not have a thing? I don't have a thing. And do that there as well. Maybe. Log the message at log level.debug. We'll see how well that works. And I'll have the same debug switch that the other ones have. Except I probably should name it reasonably. Hold on. Does it make sense? Because I think it's going to use that as the name in the config. So I would like for it to make sense, actually. Wow, that's pretty good. Where did I just put my logger? Where'd you go? There. This isn't referenced anywhere. This should probably be created somewhere. Oh, I want to have that debug option available, basically. Come on. Distribution is get name of dist. Nope, not that one. Damage distribution dot empty. There we go. So now I have this interface which does this. So then I need to actually create an implementation of this interface, which just has the in fact, I'm pretty sure all it is that it just provides a couple initializations. Yep. So it's not really that bad. Okay, so another thing that I think I'm gonna need to make sure I do at some point is I need to do logger.create logger, and then I need to pass in this dot, or just pass in monitor. There we go. Actually, this should be like one of the first things I do is create this logger, because it's gonna all this stuff is gonna happen, and then you know things are gonna occur, and we don't want that. All right, because it's gonna register all, which means it's gonna go here, and it's gonna do this, and it's gonna do that, and then this is gonna provide. Then we need to jump to the implementation of it, which is gonna be somewhere down here, probably here, right? And then it's gonna do the register, and then it's gonna get this, and then it's gonna do this, right? And then what I would want to do is make sure this doesn't explode everything. It's gonna be the same thing as this, where it's gonna have the same namespace. This is like registries.implementation, right? Yeah. And then please implement the whole interface. I'd like to, how can I like get you to fix? Is there a way to like full implement this interface without, yeah, just like up. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? I guess it's a command palette, but I want to know how to implement the interface. Implement, not go to implementations. Hold on. There's got to be. Oh, do I just really just do this and then? Oh yeah, see, here we go. Implement interface. Boom. Oh wait, no. I actually realized this is not what I want. I want it, so this, not this, this implements that. So I need to put a DDD base registry for I predefined distribution there, then do that, then implement nothing. I would just need to generate the constructor, right? Because now all this thing has is, I mean, it does override the init. Okay, there's a 5 million different inits, I understand. Does this have get registration info? It does. It's an abstract. And it has an abstract for that and that. And then what it actually needs is it needs, what do you mean no code actions available? You're fucking full of shit. Base class is less accessible than you, what? Oh, it is internal. Does not implement that, right? So now, I mean, I guess this could also be sealed because it doesn't need to be written over or whatever, so it's fine. Yeah, dude, I want you to implement Whoa, no, 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 no. I don't want you to do that. Quick fix. Implement the app. Oh, do I have to go over here and then do this? And then, yeah, I have to do that. I get you. I get you. So this doesn't need to be, because this is like this, right? And then, because that's like this, I'm now going to provide the implementation for stuff here. This is going to be, I presume, because that's going to be the whatever extractor to get the registration info. Oh, the key function. So then what does this do? Oh, and then get display names. So it's different. But it's going to be the same for this, right? It's not. This one's not going to be different. And then this is going to be register all. And I need to do some funky typecasting. So I have access to this. right? And now we're here, which does all this. Now I can implement the interface, which is going to have all the same things as the other one. This is not read only. Oh, this needs to be damage distribution. Whoops. All right, and then it complains that it could be null. Oh, I guess it was. Okay, I see. I have a static distribution, and I have a reader that reads that and like populates it. Assuming that that's not it. Internal static read only. Yeah, I mean, that's what we have here. Okay. I guess I can. And then this is going to be. I just provide an anonymous implementation. It just reads it. We have this. We have this. That should be like false, probably. Of course. Does C# even have anonymous objects? Can I just do new and then provide this? Oh, I don't want an anonymous object. I want an anonymous class implement interface thingy. Okay, that's not helpful either. None of this is helpful. I need to provide concrete implementations. Okay, that's good to know. Which I was gonna fucking do anyway. Single string config reader .cs namespace this dot config dot reader. Yes. Kernel sealed class. This probably can be final. But actually, no, because this in and of itself is an abstract class. I'm going to provide a nested concrete implementation of this abstract class and then do that. Good shit. Yeah. So this is an internal abstract class. Is this typed? Okay, it's not. Yeah, so it has its own name. It's fine. Final is not a word. And this will return the name. And then I guess this has suppliers as arguments. Yeah, it do. Now we got that. This should return false always. Don't need to time this. Then what I want to do is I want to have a read for this where it validates it and then parses it. Both are abstract parsing, assuming that the entry itself is valid. Actually, this is more protected. And then if the entry actually is entry valid for this, then we parse it. Otherwise, we parse the fallback. And there you go. That's how you do that. So now all you do is provide abstract implementations of this and this, a way to validate the entry and a way to parse the entry. Parsing the entry, obviously going to wherever it needs to be. Okay, good shit. So now here, this is going to be we're not going to worry about that right now. We're going to put a class in here. This is going to be a private, yeah, private static field class. How about static and sealed? Really? That's crazy. Oh wait, yeah, I have to go here and then implement the abstract class like that. I'm gonna do that like that. The name is gonna be explosion. Or maybe like explosion distribution. No. So now I'm starting to put some default values for the config here, which I was using somewhere. God knows where. Over here. I forgot that part. So now I no longer need this because we have this syntax, which allows us to do that. And now I just have to determine whether the entry is valid. And to do that, I will check using the regex that I have here. I think I have... Oh yeah, they all count as regex. So I can just use that. It just needs to match the dist regex, which is here. So I can go back to here and I can check. I can return config reading regex dot dist regex dot matches this. Match is match. Holy moly. Right? Because that's what it checks. Yeah, it checks is match. Gotcha. So that's how it'll turn if it's a match. Now, assuming that it is a match, now I need to parse it. Now, I'm hoping that my config reading regex has a way to parse it, because like that would be kind of useful. Well, this is just for the config reading regex. Ay, ay, ay. That's completely different set of things. this parse map thing needs to, I don't have a thing for that. Where it needs to, and then I do that. Okay, I understand. I understand. Right, because this is under this, which is its own thing. This is just the regex. Now I want something for config reading, which I guess I'm going to do a separate class for. Because I presume this is in the same, yeah, it is, okay. Can I even do what I'm looking for? No, what are you doing? Tuple. A. A. B. I don't want that. Right, but see, it doesn't like this. I need a generic method. Yeah. What's the syntax for it? That's what I want to know. Oh, it's in the different thing. Okay. Boom. Okay. Good shit. Just different format. I think that's all I theoretically need in order to do this. Do I have exceptions for this? So there's no custom exceptions. So this will just do its own thing then, I guess. Oh, I do kinda need the actual string that I'm parsing. It'll just return an empty collection. In that case, otherwise, I see. I'm looking at the DDD code as reference. And I think I want to do a for each in s dot substring. I don't want to go from 2 to s dot length. Length is a field. -2. What are you even going on about? Substring can be simplified. Use right, you have a range operator, but except that's not what I want. S dot length -2. What are you upset about? To this point. Dot split. Now does this splits a string to a maximum number of substrings based on the delimiting character and optionally options split string maximum number of substrings based on the provided character separator, optionally emitting empty substrings from the results. That is not what I want. But there are 9 overloads, so let's take a look at the overloads. There should be something that accepts a full string, not just string separator. Okay, here we are. So this one. And this is why I didn't make it freaking whatever. Config reading regex dot list split regex dot to string. Which one are you doing? No, I want a different overload. I don't want this one. I don't want this one. String separator. Is this not? Oh wait, that's because this doesn't realize that it's a string. There we go. So this will pass this, which is going to be slash, because this is going to be it's going to be slash space thing. It's going to be this regex, which is going to split on this. But the problem is that it won't split based off a regex. It'll split based off the contents of the string. Oh, that's so dumb. Can I not split based on regex? You have to split based on regex, right? Like, come on. I don't have that. C# should have a way to... See, there we go. Regex.split. That's what I'm looking for. Different, it's a whole ass different thing. Or maybe this thing itself? Hold on. I will use the range operator, but whoops. Config reading regex dot list split regex dot split. Oh shit! Look at that. And then I do s indexed at 2 all the way to s dot length minus 2, but we need to put this in parens. Boom. Okay. Should it be this? Damn right. Unnecessary assignment to a value. Well, it's because we're not done with the loop yet. And then, so this should give me that, right? So what I do is I do now I do str.split, passing in this, and I guess I can pass it as a character. Trim entries. So this split is taking a character separator and yeah, okay. Now I have this. You can't do this because I need that. So I need a new hash set. Oh, whoops. There we go. Now we have this. So now when I do this, and I create this array, I can do result.add new. I guess I could just do new, right? Because it knows that it's going to be, yeah, it knows that it's going to be a tuple. It can infer that. So then I just need to put this, which is going to be, I guess I would want to validate that it's not null. Now extends is not a keyword here. An exception is not a class that exists here, and this is not valid syntax. So, we're gonna leave that like that for now. Whoa, what the fuck? I might be able to get away with this. It's not really an argument exception. I guess I could do an argument null exception. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for null value. And then we add it to that. And then after all that's done, we return it. Boom, look at that. Awesome. Now I want a method that allows me to actually build a map from an enumerable of this stuff. Which is a dictionary. No, 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 no. K V. There we go. Look at this base configuration. Should this have It does have a default value, but it does it differently. And I think this has a getter fallback default. Alright, so like that's how that working. I don't think I need to worry about that. So I think what I'm just going to do is I'm just going to have Oops, I didn't need to do that again. There was somewhere in here I had a default dictionary, I think. I think. I guess this. A generic type or method, nullability of type argument k doesn't match not null constraint. You what? Where T key not null. I see. Now, how can I enforce this? I guess it's like where, or maybe it's here. See, that's the thing that's there. That's what I'm not sure about. You have this thing here. Where T key, oh wait, I might have done that wrong. I did. And then otherwise, we're going to return I think what I want to do is do this, and then return that in this context, and then otherwise, for each, like, tuple, I want to map item 1 to t dot item 2, and then return this. And now I have, I think it's like parse map as the other thing. It's the actual public method. Now I don't need to provide a default value because it doesn't matter, at least for now. Where k is not null, I'm gonna need that probably. And we're gonna pass in our string as tuples, passing in a reader, a string, a k parser, and the v parser. So now this can be used to take a string and parse it into a bunch of good stuff, which means we can go all the way back to here. Parse map, passing in, I need to pass in this, right? Because I need to pass in the reader. I need to pass in the string. I need a k parser and a v parser. So now I need to have a way to parse damage types, which is also going to be there, and I need a way to parse floats. So we got to go back into here, and we have to have a now. Do you have a switch on S? Ace S. I don't know I'm just gonna assume that it has a similar syntax to this. Is bugging the heck out of me. I assume it has similar syntax to Java. Damage types dot bludgeoning. I realize I did that wrong. It's supposed to be slashing. This will return ddd registries dot damage types dot get this. Control cannot fall out of switch from final case label. Oh wait. There we go. And I was about to say, do you have a switch expression? Can I do a return switch? I can. I can pattern match this shit. That's beautiful. Okay, so that's good. So now I have a way to parse a damage type, and this I can probably pass around as a function in and of itself. So I can probably pass around config reading utilities dot parse damage type as that, and then if I want to parse a float, maybe not s, but like str, and then float. There is no parse. Oh, wait, there is. Does this do what I think it does? Converts the string representation of a number into its single precision floating point number equivalent. Boom! Look at that. That's exactly what we're looking for here. So now that I have this, I can do explosion config reader here. I don't need to provide that. Boom. All of that brings me back to here with this having its own individual special update method, which is done elsewhere. I mean, oh wait, and this converts, this gives me a dictionary, which I actually need to assign to dist equals, do you accept, new damage distribution? Do you accept a dictionary? You do. Awesome. Right, that's what I need to do because I need to parse it there. But what I am curious about is that does it? It doesn't. I don't have a way to validate it here beyond this. Okay, so I wish to might be null. I want to, confirm that it can't be null. I mean, it might be null. That's just how that is. Probably format exception. Is this exception argument to a format message? What? But that was going to be thrown here. This throws a format exception. Okay, so this will, yeah, so we're going to just throw this. Now this is going to throw, it'll throw it here. But I'm assuming what's happening, and the reason why I have it, because this is copying sort of what's being done with the Java version. And the reason that I'm still throwing this here, null check can be simplified. Yeah, dude, do that. Simplify the null check. Use coalesce expression. Whoa. Oh, true. So the reason why I have this is that I assume that, well, actually, this makes not much sense. So it doesn't just parse it, it parses the map and then it checks if it all matches correctly before actually constructing the damage distribution. And then it only does it if it's correct. Here though, it will do this and then absolutely explode. Distribution dist, but like it puts it here. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. I don't need to actually coalesce this. It's not important. And the reason for that is because it'll throw an explosion. It'll throw an exception, and it'll mention what the problem is parsing it. But doesn't it have a fallback? Yeah, it has a fallback, right? So, oh, right, I now know why it does this. Because it needs to read the map, and then, right, dude, I fucking get it. I totally get it. I do need to parse this map, but I do need to check the contents of this map. Now I need to validate it. I need to check that like map dot values dot sum computes the sum of a sequence of float values. Wow, that's a thing you can do? What the fuck? Parse entry calls sum but does not use a value. The method return are known to not have side effects. Use a result in unconditional. Okay, yeah. You're telling me to use this. I understand. And it would only accept the parsing of this. It's that this regex, which only allows positive entries. So if I know that I only have positive entries here, then I know that when I sum this up, I'm only summing positive values. So I can take this value and then I can do if dot absolute value of this -1 is less than or equal to whatever the sum of weights tolerance that I have here, which I believe, I don't think I've actually created that in the damage distribution. Is this? Yeah, const float. Might do that, and then do if it's greater than the sum of weights tolerance. Then we're gonna do that, right? Boom. And now this is public. I assume that makes it accessible statically. Yes. Now for less than or equal to it, what we're gonna do is we're going to now put this in here. Passing in the map here. Otherwise we don't do anything. Right? So then when we it shouldn't be null at this point because there's always a backup. Right? So if this doesn't parse incorrectly, if this doesn't, it's not valid. Right? Because what we check is we check to see if it's valid. Oh, well, we check to see if it's valid and then we parse it. But if it doesn't parse successfully, or well, if it parses successfully but doesn't create a valid distribution, we don't fall back to the fallback. We should just do our explosion. Which it would do here. Otherwise, there we go. All right, because if we validate it, then we know we can parse it. So we parse it, and then if it's not something that we can assign to here, then we throw our format exception. And that's all stored here. And now I want to know where. No, nope, not that. I want to know where this. This. Bro, you're crazy. Pretty sure I know where this is being used. Right, I don't have config loader. Alright, I just have all the config readers. Right, and then this says it's possibly null. Do you want me to declare the field as potentially nullable? And then you Yeah, I'm just gonna suppress it there then. And we got that. Now I can do a new explosion distribution here. And now we have both of those. So now I can go back up to our registries. And then that's initialized. I feel like I've made no progress whatsoever. I have though, technically, because I have done things. Things have happened. We got the like predefined distributions, basically. And then what I would, and I also have the default values, which is actually useful because now I can start defining the default values for all the monsters and projectiles and all that other stuff. as a bunch of string arrays and then assign it to the things in the config. I do need ways to read these entries. I have this, which is, generic implementation of something that's going to read a lot of stuff. But I need to provide implementations of this class which implement this method. That's like the only one it needs for how to actually read those things. And then I create multiple different config readers, collect them all together, and then I do try to read in parallel. Which I'm only doing because the original DDD reads in parallel for its config. But genuinely, it might not really be worth it here. I'm gonna leave it, but it might not be worth it. And the reason I say that is because these configs are gonna be very small. It's very, very small, relatively. You're not gonna have hundreds of items and hundreds of mobs that need to be configured. You're gonna have, I mean, there's gonna be a decent number of weapons, so there's an argument to be said about that, and a decent amount of clothing that are going to provide armor resistances. So I guess maybe there is a point after all. But a lot of the other things, like the slingshot projectiles, the monster, damages and resistances and all that stuff, are not going to matter too much. Right. So, because like these ones are going to be small. This is also going to be small. This is also going to be small. All of these are going to be small. These are the only things that might be large. And again, this is all like still the base work that's needed. I still need to bring it all together and then like basically what I think one of my goals is to have DDD load all of its stuff. Right? Basically get the infrastructure laid out and then get this to build and for Stardew Valley to load the mod and then have DDD read all of its stuff. I don't need to do any Harmony injects yet. I want to get to that point where it's reading from the config correctly and like all the underlying stuff, quote unquote, works. And maybe I'll try and do a couple of tests if possible. I don't really know. I would need to create a testing suite, which again, I might want to do just to verify that everything works under the hood. And then we can start getting to the Harmony patches where I actually use all this stuff. And then like that's it. That's like the whole thing. And a lot of this is looking at the Java version and just mimicking it. Because the Java version works. The Java version on GitHub is not loading the thing. I want to see what my other extension should be. Like what do I build off of this? Distribution config reader? Am I gonna need other config readers after that? It does not want to load. I don't know why it doesn't want to load, but it doesn't want to load. Also, another important thing to note, this is not like, I don't have this on GitHub yet. I probably should at some point. Are you gonna load? Wow, it's just, it just don't like it. Wait, I know I'm going to have a, I'm gonna have multiple implementations here. Name space .config .reader. Multi-entry config reader. This needs to be parameterized by something. This parameter is the entry into the config. Can I have my generics? Can my parameterized generics like extend stuff? Generic constraints. Yeah, constraints on type parameters. I know exactly what it is. I know exactly how to do this basically. Sort of, kind of. It's gonna be where T something, right? Okay, yeah. Where T inherits from I distribution. Boom, right? And now I know that this is going to inherit from distribution, that I'm going to be reading a distribution because now this type is going to be a distribution. Yeah, we get the whole thing. Implement the abstract class. What else are you complaining about? You need a constructor. Yeah, put the constructor. Maybe I want this as protected so that it can be accessed from here. Generate, yeah, now I can generate the correct constructors. Does this constructor, is the default is false, right? The default would be false. The default would be false, yes, it would be. So this is just gonna go here, right? And this is also gonna be protected. This should not be sealed. This should be abstract. Right. Rename this to distribution config reader. As this reads distributions. So now how it reads the distributions is it's going to need to parse it. Well, it's going to need to validate the entry. Do I need to do that? Validate result. Well, if it's validated, I should be able to just parse it, right? Shouldn't this also... Right, it just reads it. It doesn't actually do anything. Wow, it really just can't. There we go. That's what I wanted it to do. Go to the readers for this. Oh, you have the map parsing, which is different from the multi-entry, because the multi-entry... different. I think I'm getting ahead of myself here. And then over here, generate this constructor, which is just going to, I guess, pass it on. I'm not sure if I like the way this is breaking down. I'm kind of breaking things down a little too much here. Will I need to parse the other thing? Maybe. I don't know. So I'm going to leave that like that because but this is going to parse a map. And then it needs a way to parse the map, and then it would need a way to turn that map. Well, I guess the whole point of this is to turn it into a map. But then what do you do with the map? Right? So this is guaranteed going to be parsing a map. I don't know what it wants to do with that though. Right? Because this wants to put that into the config, right? And now I'm providing an implementation of this. So this is going to be what's put into the config. This needs to be this. If this is the result of the thingamajig, wherever we are, wherever we were, if this is like a damage distribution or whatever, then what this needs to do is it needs to be able to turn the map into that. Wait, what's wrong here? Oh, this needs to be that. No, not read-only memory. I want you to provide the dude. I want you to implement. No, no. Can I provide an implementation of this thing, dude? Can I implement this? Dude, implement abstract class. Let me do the thing. Do it. Let me implement the abstract class, dude. Let me generate the methods for it. Yeah, if I place on here and I do this, no, I don't want you to generate that though. I want you to generate this. I don't want to type it out. That's annoying. But you won't do it because you're, whoa, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, all you're gonna allow me to do is generate constructors, which makes you really dumb. I guess I have to do that. Okay. Actually, if I were to type override. Oh, okay. That's how I can do individual things. Okay, we learning. So now I need to validate the entry. Need that. So I need both of these validations. So what I do is we're going to do now there should be exactly 2 arguments when we split no. Yes? Yeah. There should be 2 entries. That's what I thought. If it's not 2, I want to throw a new something exception, probably a format exception. Otherwise, I can now return, I can now validate the second argument. And then what I can do is I can config reader utilities parse map. And then I'll pass in this, and then I'll pass in our indexed at 1. The K parser will be configure utilities parse damage type, and then we'll do float dot parse. Can't I just pass that like that? I can. How to do this before? Go to my predefined things. I was past that. That's like way better. I don't know if this is these errors aren't as good as the Java ones because these are done at a higher level where I don't really know exactly what config this is going into. I just know that before this doesn't match the regex, and afterwards this probably doesn't match whatever additional validation I want to do on it. Actually, I don't even need that. I can just return this. And then I can pass in rim And trim the entries so that I don't need to do it myself. And then that reads the whole thing. And then we're good. All right, it parses it as a map and it does this. And then all I need to do for the subclasses of this is provide an implementation on validating the entry, which is probably just making sure that it's the right distribution off of that. And then the post validation, this is just for the distributions, not for like the armor resistances, because that's going to make sure that they all add up to 1. The first one's just going to make sure that like it matches the regex, and then boom, we're good. So I have that. And then I need to provide an implementation for this. And then I don't think I need... Because do I assume that the distribution only allows positive entry, right? Because this thing and this thing, yeah, it contains negative weights which aren't supported. Right, so like that's all good. So this doesn't need to be abstract. This can be like that. I don't want to allow empty here. Right, and this only allows positive entries anyways, so at this point we know we have positive entries. All I want to do is validate this. I'm just gonna put them all in here. And then we go here, and then I implement the abstract class, and I generate a constructor. Now this is going to be reading a lot of things. This is just going to be reading one thing. What, what are you doing here? Should be true. And then I wonder if I can just pass in armor resistances dot new. Oh, let me pass around the constructor, dude. Let's just do that. I think I have to do this. This should be a dictionary. Can I just do this? Cannot implicitly convert. What if I just did armor? You just pass that around? Not getting a definition for that. Okay, so I have to make this like a lambda or whatever. So it does like that. I don't need this. I don't need that level of abstraction. So I don't need that, I don't need that. I do need the name, the config list, and the config. And everything here is unused. Because that's only reading from one spot currently. And then this is going to return config reading regex dot is regex allow empty dot is match. Shouldn't that be true to allow empty? And there's no post validation I need to do on this dictionary because I'm allowing negative and it itself can be empty and all that. There's still other things that I need, like this. I will need to change this, I just realized. I do need a distribution config reader because the resistance is going to be different. This doesn't need to be abstract because there's no abstract implementation for it. Right, and then this is gonna have its thing over here. Oh wait, yeah, it could be like that. I guess it would need to be abstract because I need to provide those implementations. So we have this, which has this. Actually, this can now be parse entry on args indexed at 1. This is no longer needed. And then if I have additional info, which I do, I want to what I want to know is if I can you slice this? Like, assuming that the length is this going to? That's what I want to know. Actually, wouldn't I want it from like here? So I'm wondering if if I do it from here and I index it. I don't know if this would break. I don't want it to. I guess the only way to do it is to find out, and then if it throws an exception and explodes, then, whatever. I guess I will deal with it when it comes. Okay. I think this is fine. I believe it is fine. Okay, so we have all this. We don't need this here. Right, and now all we need to do is provide this. So then this goes here, and then this extends. This needs to be parse entry. Additional something or other. Additional info. Now this just needs to be S. And then this returns this. I don't need this either now. And then this needs to extend distribution. The distribution configurator, as do you. And that just works because now it can validate and do all that, and it constructs it, and everything's fine. But I can still extend off of here to change how this part is parsed, because this is going to have to be a little bit different. Because I'm going to have to construct resistances now, and it's not going to be the same as just, whatever, right? I'm going to need to actually probably extend this directly, and then just provide the validation, the post-validation, and the parsing. It's going to turn this into a resistances container. All right, so can't this just be this? Yeah, I don't know why I need that. I just do that. And then it should go to here, which it does, and then do that. Okay. All right, that's probably where I'm going to wrap today. I know there's still, obviously there's still a whole bunch of stuff to do. But that's going to be where I'm going to wrap it, because yeah. And I completely forgot to add this into this scene. That's fine. I think this will probably work the way I want it to. Yeah, okay, cool. I yeah, that's all I got. This was good progress. That's all I got. So we'll be continuing this. I'll be back with actual Stardew Valley though tomorrow. So thanks for watching. Thanks for checking it out. I know this was still a lot of learning and experimenting and just kind of chill coding, I guess. But eventually we'll get to some more interesting things for sure. So that'll be it. Stay cool, and I'll check you guys later. Peace out.